until 3 p.m. Again, this is radar indicated where there has been rotation reported on radar in this cell. And it's just located just south of Zanesville, about 7 miles south of Zanesville, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Again, 3 o'clock for this warning. Just a quick, oh, there's a camera view I can see there. I-70 east of Zanesville. This is a tower camera from that. You can see one of the other issues that we've been having with these thunderstorms is that prolific lightning and heavy rain. You can see that visibility pretty poor on that camera on the left side of your screen. Again, that's over near on I-70 over in Muskingum County. Again, this storm is tracking to the east at about 45 miles per hour. The storm itself is just south of the I-70 corridor. So other areas, again, Blue Rock, Rich Hill, you'll also be impacted by this cell here that's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. I want to put velocity back on this system to kind of get a look of where exactly that rotation is happening. Wow, that is a clear indication of rotation happening here near Stovertown. And just to the south of Brush Creek. Again, when we look at velocity, we look at that signature of rotation of greens and reds. That green and that tight couplet there that we see, that is an indication that there is rotation happening in that storm there. So if you are in southern Muskingum County, you need to be in your shelter right now. Again, this is just about 7 miles south of South Zanesville. Right over near Stovertown, Route 555. Again, tornado warning for southern Muskingum County. You need to be in your shelter right now. Be in your basement. If you're not in your basement, be in the most interior part of your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, Stovertown is right over here, Route 555, just south of Brush Creek. This will be heading just in between Philo and Blue Rock. So if you live over near Philo and Blue Rock, in between there, off of Route 660. This is heading in your direction. Again, this is all moving east at about 45 miles per hour. That is a clear indication when we have those greens and reds super tight together that there is rotation happening in that storm. And that is why the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for southern Muskingum County until 3 p.m. This storm is also producing quite a bit of heavy rain as well, lots of lightning. This gray blob that you see right here, that's indicating a hail core. So we have that hail core that's impacting just over near South Zanesville, just to the south of the I-70 corridor. So again, 45 miles per hour to the east. The rest of Muskingum County is under a severe thunderstorm warning as well until 3 p.m. That spills over into parts of Guernsey and Noble County as well. For the rest of our viewers, I know we're breaking in on the east side, but for Columbus, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings up near just outside of Westerville, right over Westerville, excuse me, just in the north of Dublin, over in Powell. So we do have other warnings out to our area just to the north of Columbus. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings, but these thunderstorms are packing a punch, lots of heavy rain. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Delaware, northern Franklin County, especially up near New Albany and Westerville. Licking County, also under severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. Lots of heavy rain moving through parts of Johnstown, Utica, and Newark, especially just south of Utica. We do have lots of lightning within that storm and also a hail core. That severe thunderstorm warning for Licking County is until about 3:15. But we're focusing right now on the tornado warning. Again, another 15 minutes for this tornado warning for southern Muskingum County. This is moving right in between Philo and Blue Rock, where I'm noticing that rotation within that storm. Again, it is moving east about 45 miles per hour. I'm actually going to put on velocity. There it is. Clear rotation happening in this storm right here. So that's over by Stovertown, just outside of Philo and Blue Rock. It's going to be crossing over to Route 60 here very soon. So again, that's where we're seeing that rotation happening. I'm going to put a tracker on this. for you. Actually, let me put back the velocity. So I'm going to put it right over where that initial rotation is happening within that cell, which is heading into Blue Rock. So Blue Rock, it's going to be heading into your area here in the next 3 minutes. Blue Rock, you're next up in line for this tornado warning. High Hill, 258. Coal Hill, 301. Cumberland, 306. Bell Valley, 313. Heading into Noble County around 314. Caldwell, 316. And potentially Sarahsville at 319. I do apologize if some of those on the list are townships. I do not choose what pops up on my tracker. But if you recognize any of these towns, if they are townships, you need to be in your shelter right now, especially if you're in Muskingum County. Guernsey, Noble County, you need to be on the alert because this is heading into your area. So Blue Rock right now, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. This is moving right into Blue Rock, just south of Philo.
Hey everyone, Jessica Ralston. I'm in here in the studio with Sarah this afternoon. She's talking about this tornado warning that we're undergoing right now in southern part of Muskingum County. A couple of precautionary preparedness actions to remind you about as this storm moves in. You've heard her talk about rotation on the radar, which could indicate tornadic action. There is also a big concern right now, as Sarah mentioned, of hail. This could produce some quarter-size hail or larger. So some things to quickly keep in mind here. You want to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building that you're in. Please stay away from any windows, any glass. If you happen to be outside, if you are in a mobile home, or perhaps you are in a car right now, you should move to the closest substantial shelter you can find and protect yourself. Flying debris. Of course, the wind's a huge concern here right now, and any damage that can be caused by that wind. They're worried about flying debris out there right now, and some mobile homes might not be able to withstand the strength of a storm like this. So please make sure that you get to a safe shelter and protect yourself and your family.
Thank you, Jessica. Yes, so again, right over Blue Rock. It is heading over Blue Rock right now. If you are in Blue Rock, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. It's just to the south of Philo. The storm is moving at about 45 miles per hour. I'm going to put back reflectivity because even though the tornado warning itself is over near Blue Rock, we still have quite a bit of heavy rain up through New Concord, down through Rich Hill, also a little hail core right over Philo, and that's going to be moving over into Chandlersville here very soon. So lots of heavy rain. Lots of frequent lightning within this cell here. Again, this is moving to the east at around 45 miles per hour. It is tracking right over Blue Rock. So if you are in Blue Rock, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. So the National Weather Service will continue this warning for another 10 more minutes. If you are in Guernsey and Noble County, you want to stay aware, especially if you live over near on the western part of those counties, so over near, let's see, Pleasant City, Buffalo, I'm trying to name a couple areas, Bell Valley, so right along Interstate 77. If you live near Interstate 77 in Noble and Guernsey County and points in west, especially in parts of Noble County, just to the west of Sarahsville, you need to stay weather aware. Again, tornado warning in effect for Muskingum County until 3 p.m. We have another 10 more minutes for it. This storm has been producing a rotation on the storm near Blue Rock.
The big concern I would think right now, Sarah, about Blue Rock is that is a state park. A lot of people go camping there, yes, especially this time of year. So I hope that some folks who are out there camping have a weather radio. I'm sure they can tell, they know there's a storm, yes, happening, but they're able to get away and get to safe shelter because a tent is not going to be in a good situation in a storm like this.
Absolutely. You need to make sure you have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. Having your phone, having a NOAA radio are great tools to use in case of severe weather. Again, we do have more thunderstorms on the board. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings over in Licking County, right over Newark, and then also into Westerville, where we have some pretty intense thunderstorms capable of producing frequent lightning and also that heavy rain. And then we also have other storms just outside of Pike and Ross County. Those are going to be heading into your area later this afternoon and evening. But again, the reason why we broke into programming is due to this tornado warning in Muskingum County. Again, the initial area of rotation is going right over Blue Rock, just to the south of Philo. But if you are in Philo, you are under that tornado warning until 3 p.m. You also have a decent sized hail core on you. So this is all moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So if you are in Blue Rock, and especially in that southern quadrant, southeastern quadrant of Muskingum County, even parts of Noble and Guernsey County, especially if you live from Buffalo, Caldwell, and points west, you want to make sure that you are staying weather aware, having those ways to receive those weather alerts, knowing where to go in your house, your safe space. So in the area of that tornado warning, you want to seek shelter in your basement. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So if you don't have a basement, you want to go into a place that doesn't have windows, like a closet. Going into the bathroom, going into the bathtub, getting some blankets and covering yourself in the bathtub. So again, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you are in that tornado warning. Again, we have about 8 more minutes for this tornado warning. One note that I just see that they just added on to this tornado warning is hailstones up to 2 inches in diameter. So that's going to be up here where that grayish blob is located, just over near Philo. That's where we're seeing some of those larger hailstones being possibly reported at, and that will be moving off into the Rich Hill area. Again, tornado warning in effect for, oh, there's that new run. So right there you can see that gray blob. So this grayish area, that's telling us on radar that there is a hail core within this storm. So that is in between Philo and Rich Hill, where you could be experiencing hailstones up at 2 inches in diameter. That will be causing damage potentially to your car, can cause damage to your roof. So something to keep in note. So if you do receive damage to your home, remember the date for insurance purposes, 7/21. And it's 2:53 p.m.
Is there any, what is the path of this now, the direction, Sarah? Is that going to come close to us here in Columbus? I'm sure a lot of people want to know.
It's moving away.
Moving out of the area.
Yeah, it's going to be moving into Guernsey and Noble County. The storm's been moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So let's put another tracker on this storm for you. We've had multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in these areas for Muskingum County, even clipping parts of Guernsey and Noble County. I'm going to put the tracker on the initial area where we're seeing that rotation. Again, it is right over Blue Rock, where that initial rotation is happening with that cell. So on that projected course, again, moving at about 45 miles per hour. Next up in line would be, if you know where this place is, recognize this, Oakland Methodist Church. If you live near Oakland Methodist Church, you're going to be receiving the storm here at just shy of 3 p.m. So just about 5 more minutes. Let's see, Cole Hill at 3:03, Bell Valley 3:15, and eventually moving into Noble County at 3:16, potentially into Caldwell by 3:18. So if you live in these counties, you want to make sure that you are prepared to go into your shelter in place. Again, that's either a basement or the most interior part of your home. So here is a graphic that we have of some of those safe places to be inside your home. Again, your basement is going to be your best bet, but some places don't have a basement. So you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So that includes a closet, that includes a bathroom, and making sure that you're putting those walls going into the most interior parts. That's why there's green here in that middle part of the home. You don't want to be in the kitchen. You especially don't want to be in the garage. And again, staying away from those windows. Again, your basement is going to be your best place and safest place to be. But again, some places don't have a basement, so you want to make sure you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and stay away from those windows. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of central, southern, and east Ohio until 8 p.m. So there's that severe thunderstorm watch. We still have more thunderstorms on the board across the area. These storms Again, the main threat is going to be damaging winds, also heavy rain, but we've seen that there have been the threat for rotation happening in these storms. The threat was low, but it wasn't zero, that we could see rotation in some of these cells. You can see more severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of central Ohio down near Fayette County, but this storm itself, if you live in Pike and Ross County, you'll be dealing with some severe thunderstorms here in the next hour or so. We also have some other cells out here in Licking County and then also over in Westerville. We'll be watching these very closely. But again, we have our tornado warning that remains in effect for Muskingum County for another 4 more minutes. And that was moving into Blue Rock. It's starting to move out of Blue Rock. I'm gonna put another look on this. Yeah, it's just to the south. But one thing I've been noting with it, not as impressive as it was earlier ago, but again, we still have that warning that's going to continue. It looks a little bit better on Pittsburgh. Do I have Pittsburgh's? I don't think I have Pittsburgh's, but I'm looking at my other tool for radar, and there's still a little bit happening on there by Blue Rock. Another area to note would be Bell Valley and just outside of Caldwell and Cumberland. Those are some other areas to note that we'll be watching for if this system continues to show rotation as it tracks into Noble County. That would be my concern, just outside of Sarahsville.
So it's still showing the rotation right now?
Yes.
And you're clocking it around 45 miles per hour. Do you think it's going to lose some strength here as it moves along?
We'll see, especially since these areas out to the east have already been dealing with some thunderstorms earlier today, but I'm still seeing quite a bit of rotation happening in this cell over near Blue Rock. It's just a matter of whether or not they want to continue to pull that warning out into, I would say, Noble County, just near Caldwell. That would be the area that I would suspect if that would be included. Other areas would be possibly Buffalo, just barely clipping parts of Guernsey County. So again, Noble County would be the county that I would be most concerned about. That'd be, if they decide to extend the warning, that would be where they would extend it to. Now this dark red right here, that's a flash flood warning. So that's not a tornado warning. That was from storms earlier today that caused quite a bit of heavy rain. So that's a thing also that Caldwell and Noble County is going to have to deal with as this cell moves into the area. Even if it weakens and it's not a tornadic storm anymore, that's just going to exacerbate the flooding threat into Noble County. So lots of hail. Again, there's radar indicated up to 2 inches in diameter. That can cause damage to your car. That could cause damage to your roof and the siding of your home. Again, there has been still quite a bit of rotation happening just outside of Blue Rock. I'm gonna see if I can see if they put any updates on this warning here.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the hail is a major threat right now too, as you mentioned. That can cause extensive damage to your home, your cars, and I think about anyone who's outside right now, especially in that campground area at Blue Rock, dealing with hail that heavy. That can be obviously very, very dangerous to people and your pets, which is why we are going to repeatedly warn everyone to make sure they find themselves a safe place to shelter during this storm.
Okay, so let's see. So as of 2:48, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 12 miles southwest of New Concord, 13 miles southeast of Zanesville. Again, still moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So it's just starting to work its way into parts of southern Guernsey and Noble County. Let's see, that's Morgan County. So it is shifting a little bit to the south. It looks like they just extended that tornado warning into parts of Morgan County, but I still think Noble County, you still need to be aware from the system, especially just to the near the Caldwell area, that you still want to stay weather aware. So right now they just issued a new tornado warning for Morgan County, just barely clipping parts of Morgan County. So that is the Area 31, actually it says it on here, Area 31 campsite, and just to the north of Bristol Elementary School and Ren Rock. So off of these routes, 78 and 83 in between there.
I do believe we have a news crew that's heading out to Muskingum County too. Okay. By the time they get there, this might have passed through, and then we'll be able to take a look at the damage and any possible damage that has happened there. But that has definitely been a big source of activity for this afternoon.
Trying to get this, because they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning into Noble County. They have labeled this storm itself as considerable. Hailstones just under 2 inches in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and I believe if I check to see the information on it, I wouldn't be surprised if they put a Tor tag possible. Yeah, Tor tag possible on that. So usually when we have severe thunderstorm warnings and they may not continue the tornado warning necessarily itself, they may issue a severe thunderstorm warning and put a tornado possible tag on it because it's had the history of producing rotation. But right now, the worst of the rotation is into just clipping parts of Muskingum County and Morgan County. That's why we have this little sliver of Morgan County in this warning. It is until well, there they go. That's what I was expecting. They just issued it for Caldwell. So if you are in Caldwell, you now are under the tornado warning. So for Muskingum, Noble County, and into Morgan County, you are now under a tornado warning. This will last until about 3:30 p.m. So this is moving. It's trying to shift a little bit more southeasterly here as it moves into Caldwell. So if you are into Caldwell, you need to be in your shelter right now. You need to be in your basement. You need to put yourself into an area that has no windows, the most interior part of your home, like a closet. This storm has been labeled as not only a possible tornado producing storm, but also the fact that it's been producing large hailstones up to even 2 inches in diameter, wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So it has been labeled as considerable damage. So this storm will be potentially producing damage in these areas in parts of Muskingum County, heading into Noble County. That will be for Caldwell. So Caldwell, you are now next in line for this storm system. I'm going to look to see if there's been any changes in terms of the direction it's going, just based off of how they've drawn the polygon. It's looking more southeast, but it's still saying about 40 miles per hour. So south of New Concord, 16 miles south of New Concord, or about 14 miles west of Caldwell. And it is moving at about 40 miles per hour. So it has slowed down just a bit. So it's just the rotation that I'm looking at. I'm going to try to see if I can see it again. It looks a little bit better on Pittsburgh's radar site. Yeah, that's looking a little messy, but you can sort of still see it. So when we look at velocity, again, velocity is just a fancy way of telling us what direction the winds are going, also how the strength of those winds. So it's just moved out of Blue Rock, and it's right around here in that corner between Muskingum, Morgan, and Noble County. So we look for that green, that red, that couplet together. So it is in this general area, again, just to the south of Rich Hill and then to the west of Caldwell. So it's in this little corner right here into parts of Muskingum, Noble, and Morgan County. That's why there's a little sliver of Morgan County that includes one of the campsites there that is under that warning. So again, that's going to be until 3:30 for the Muskingum, Noble County, and then also the Morgan County. They've pushed it out a little bit more, so that's until 3:45 p.m.
We have a viewer writing in from Nashport this afternoon. There says they're starting to see the hail there. Yeah, I think that's going to be a big part of this today is the hail, which obviously can cause a lot of damage. And we are looking in the next 15 minutes or so, trying to get the EMA director from Muskingum County on the phone just to give us an update on what kind of damage reports and calls are coming in to their 911 centers to assess what's happened there.
Yeah, because it ran right into just south of Philo. Well, Philo got some pretty strong hailstones out there. I mean, there was a pretty decent hail core over Philo. But Blue Rock was a place that got hit, also just outside of Brush Creek. That was another place just south of Zanesville. And parts of Muskingum County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning due to more storms coming out of Licking County. So lots of lightning within this cell right here, just outside of Dresden and Newark. Almost 167 lightning strikes within that cell right there. And also this storm right here is producing quite a bit of lightning too as well. At one point there was a little over 100 lightning strikes within it. There are now about 82 lightning strikes within that. But still lots of heavy rain, frequent lightning as it moves into Caldwell. You can see it's a mess right now because there's so many different warnings at the moment. We have the tornado warning, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, and we also have a flash flood warning for parts of Noble and Guernsey County.
I will say, it is just from a layman's term, because I am not a meteorologist, this is an incredibly active radar.
Yes.
There's a lot going on there. Can't remember last time I saw a radar that looked like this, because you mentioned you've got a lot of different factors playing in different parts of our viewing area. So it is pretty intense out there in the southern part of our state right now. And I always do like to remind people, I know that if you're in Columbus or the area around us and you're saying, well, nothing's happening here, correct. But please don't forget, we cover a massive viewing area. And this is in our viewing area. So it's very important for us to be here on the air right now, sharing this information about these tornado warnings. This can be a life-threatening situation for people who live in that part of our state and who are watching and needing this information right now. So please keep that in mind.
Yes.
Just because something isn't happening in your neighborhood, in your backyard, doesn't mean it's not affecting someone in our viewing area here.
And even though there's not tornado, they just issued a new tornado warning for Muskingum County. So this is over in Zanesville. We have a new tornado warning for Zanesville. This is right over Zanesville itself. So Zanesville is now under a new tornado warning. This is going to head into Brush Creek in the Philo area again. So Philo, you had the hail. Now you're going to be dealing with a tornado warning. So if you are in Philo, if you are in Zanesville, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. We have this storm that's just coming out of Licking County. This is heading into your area. Lots of lightning. Again, this new tornado warning that was just issued for Muskingum County, this is going to be until 3:30 p.m. Also, still some large hail indicated within this storm itself, up to 1.5 inches in diameter. That is, again, can cause damage to your car. That can cause damage to your home. This is all moving just to the east and southeast at about 40-ish to 45 miles per hour. So I'm going to get another look at some of that new information just coming into our newsroom for this new tornado warning that has just been issued for Muskingum County. So again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 5 miles west of Zanesville, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So if you are in Zanesville, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. Let's go see. I'm going to switch a few different radar sites and see where we can see. Oh yeah, there it is right there. Let me see if I can see a little bit better. No, that's terrible on the Wilmington site. So we're going to keep it to Cleveland. I know it's kind of hard, but I can see it. So it is over near, just based off of this, because there's a little bit of some range folding happening right here. That's what's showing on that purple. It's right over near Hopewell. That's what I'm seeing right now. It's over near Hopewell, just outside of Zanesville. So we have a little bit of that rotation happening right here. This is running right along I-70 right now.
All right, and go over this for people who might just be checking in right now what the colors mean against.
Yes.
The purple on the screen, the green, the red.
Yeah, so basically when we're looking at velocity, velocity tells us what direction the winds are going, and it also can tell us how fast those winds are blowing. So we look for the greens and reds together. That's called a velocity couplet. Green is going toward the radar site, red is going away. So that green is going towards Cleveland and then away. So you have that counterclockwise motion happening right over near Hopewell and Zanesville. So if you live in Zanesville, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. It is about crossing right over Route 22, just outside of Brush Creek and just to the south of the I-70 corridor. So if you live south of I-70 and north of Roseville, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. Again, it is just crossing over Route 22, heading into Brush Creek, just to the south of Zanesville. But if you are in Zanesville, you need to be in your shelter in place right now. We have this tornado warning that is going to last until 3:30 p.m. for Muskingum County.
Now, we did just get a hold of someone out there in Muskingum County, so I do want to share with you that this is very preliminary, of course. This is all just unfolding here within the last hour, that they say so far, very surprising, and they're very fortunate, no reports of major damage just yet in Muskingum County. But again, this is all developing as we speak, and we are seeing that storm move further away from Muskingum County. But so far, no major reports of damage, which is pretty surprising to say, Sarah.
Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of this area, some of the areas that have been impacted have been, as you said, on campgrounds. They've been in a little bit more rural areas. So it'll probably take a little while before we get some reports, especially since this second wave of storms moving in. It's hard, you can't really go out there because we have more tornado warnings passing through the area. So just as a recap, let me show you the big picture, everyone. Again, Columbus, our Columbus viewers. Oh, let's see. Okay, there's another tornado warning down over near Fayette County. This just came in. So south of Washington Courthouse. This will be heading into the Frankfort area. So we have multiple tornado warnings on radar right now. So we're gonna walk through each one. So hang in there. And if you're just watching, again, our Columbus viewers, we are fine. There's no warnings near our area. The storms are outside of the area. So the first newest tornado warning that just popped up on the board, most of it is in parts of Clinton, but it does include parts of Fayette County that just popped up. That is going to be until 3:45 p.m. This is just to the south of Washington Courthouse, over near Route 62. Again, this is for southern Fayette County until 3:45 p.m. And just getting some more information so I can put a quick tracker on this, because this would be moving into parts of Ross County. This is going to be eventually near South Salem and Frankfort. This is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to check radar velocity real quick. Again, velocity tells me where the rotation is located. It's just outside of Wilmington's. Okay. It looks like it's just right here. Is that camera? Where's that camera?
That is Zanesville. That is Zanesville, and it is pointing west.
I'm just looking at that cloud. I'm trying to make sure what that cloud looks like. I'm trying to make sure that's not scud or an actual funnel cloud, because that was suspicious cloud that looked like right there.
Okay, can we pull that up, camera up again really quick so she can take a look at it?
Just let me see.
There we go.
It might be scud, but it looks very suspicious to me.
I see it, yep.
I can't see if it's rotating, but that looks very suspicious. Is there any way we can pull that full?
It's going to take just a minute.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Don't worry. I'm going to go through all these tornado warnings. Buck should be coming in here soon. I just got word.
Now, Sarah, you did say, are we talking about two different systems? Because I know before we were at 45 miles per hour, now we're down to 35. So you're dealing with two different
There's two
storms.
different areas.
Okay.
So if we can pull up max, the full, please. If we can pull max full, I can take down that camera. Here we go. So we have these storms stretching from Newark all the way to Caldwell. This is a whole separate system. These storms are moving at about 40-ish miles per hour. We also have these storms down near Hillsborough and Washington Courthouse. These are moving a little bit slower at about 35 miles per hour. So if you live in parts of Chillicothe, if you live in Frankfort, you're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning and also a possible tornado warning. Right now, the tornado warning is for Fayette County until 3:45 p.m. So that would be moving into Frankfort. I'm actually going to put a tracker on this again. I didn't get a chance to because we had, let me see. I'll go
Okay,
back.
I can let everyone know. We also,
that.
now that we know things have been changing here so rapidly, we have a team headed off to Muskingum County this afternoon, and now we also have a crew heading on over to Fayette County.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Fayette County here in just a bit, but I want to go up to Muskingum County. This is moving into Zanesville, which is a heavy populated area. So if you are in Zanesville, you need to be in your shelter right now. Again, a tornado warning is in effect for Muskingum County. This includes Zanesville, Brush Creek until 3:30 p.m. You need to be in your shelter right now. This is right over Zanesville, where we're seeing some type of rotation happening right over the town itself. I'm going to pull back up velocity again. Yep, it's right just outside of South Zanesville. That's where we're seeing that rotation. Again, we're looking for the greens and reds. Green going toward the radar site, red going away. That counterclockwise motion. So it is just over south of Zanesville. So this is where we're seeing that rotation. This is going to be heading close to Philo. If you live in a Philo, you need to be in your shelter right now. This is just south of I-70 and near the Zanesville, South Zanesville area. Again, that warning is until 3:30 p.m. We have another 15 minutes for that warning.
All right, so far we are also hearing now, we heard from Muskingum County checking in a little while ago. The Fayette County Sheriff says they do have some trees down already.
Okay.
No major damage, but again, this is all just happening right now, so we are following it. We have a crew on our way to both of those counties right now.
Okay, let me see. And then the other warning that we have is over into Noble County, which does include Caldwell. So if you are in Caldwell, you should remain in your shelter in place right now for another 15 minutes. So until 3:30 is when that warning expires. There was a warning for parts of northern Morgan County, but you're pretty much out of the woods here. Most of the storm is in Noble County, where we do have some rotation happening within that cell. Let me pull up, let's see, let's check Cleveland. Pittsburgh looks, man, oh yeah, it's still, yeah, there's still rotation happening with this cell. So it's right over Caldwell right now. So Caldwell, if you are in Caldwell, you need to be in your shelter. The rotation is happening right over you. It is passing Interstate 77. We're looking at that green going toward, away, toward, and away. So it's right here off of Interstate 77 near Caldwell, just south of Bell Valley and Sarahsville, and then north of Dexter City. So if you live in between Bell Valley and Dexter City, right over Caldwell, you are dealing with a possible storm capable of producing a tornado. It is crossing over Interstate 77 right now. So if you are in that area, you need to remain in your shelter in place right now. Again, a basement, the most interior part of your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, 3:30 for that warning in Noble County over in Caldwell. And then again, Zanesville in Muskingum County, 3:30 for you as well. Lots of lightning and more heavy rain is heading into your area. So another concern, you can't see it because radar is super busy right now. Not only do we have a tornado warning over Muskingum County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning over Muskingum County. We also, just under that, I could faintly see a flash flood warning. So I'm actually going to see if I can show just the flash flood warning. So there's that dark red, that darkish maroon red. That is going to be your flash flood warning. These storms, again, are producing lots of heavy rain. You can see that camera there on the left side of your screen showing that poor visibility from all that heavy rain from that camera there. I'm assuming this is in Muskingum County. Yes, this is looking west. In over in Zanesville, you can see lots of heavy rain within that, a storm passing through. Visibility is very bad within that cell. So you're going to be dealing with lots of heavy rain, flash flooding, frequent lightning within this cell. This cell has been producing lightning strikes over about 100. Let's see, let me get it. 300 lightning strikes, over 300 lightning strikes within this cell moving into Zanesville.
Wow. And Sarah, I got a question for you. I know a lot of folks may be watching right now and they may have loved ones on these roads right now. Well, the storm is going on. Obviously, you have to worry about flooding. You have to worry about the storm walking through. Kind of walk us through, if they're talking to their family members right now on the phone, if you happen to be on the road, kind of walk us through what you should do to stay safe.
Do not park under an overpass. Do not do that, especially if you're just trying to get away from the hail or heavy rain, because in that poor visibility, they won't be able to see you until it's too late. So your best action is to find a sturdy building to get into. Find a place you can pull off the side of the road. If you're not in the tornado warning and you're in those heavier downpours, find a place off this. If you don't feel comfortable driving, pull off on the side of the road and wait till the rain passes through. If you are in the tornado warning, you want to try to find a shelter in a sturdy building. Try to find a sturdy building that you can go to. You do not want to park underneath an overpass. That is a dangerous place to be at. You can get into an accident with other cars maybe not being able to see you until it's too late. Also, overpasses. Those overpasses can cause wind tunnels, so that can strengthen the winds and cause more flying debris to fly underneath it. So you do not want to park underneath an overpass.
So we just heard everyone, Rodney Dunnigan has just joined us in the studio as well. And then I'm in here, Jessica Ralston. Sarah is, of course, covering these storms for you. Meteorologist Andrew Buckmichael is making his way in. We have a crew headed out to Fayette County, a crew headed out to Muskingum County. We are waiting to hear directly from the EMA director there in Muskingum County. Preliminary reports, very preliminary, I'll say, show no major damage there so far. From our perspective, from just watching this on the radar here, from the desk, Sarah, it just seems like two big clusters of storms that aren't really that far apart from each other. Is there anything else making its way down the pike with this?
So this is all, here's the big picture. So
there we go.
There's the line itself. So we have this cold front that's sliding through the area. So this is the big picture. We have this cluster of storms out over near Muskingum County and Noble County. We also have all these storms down near Fayette County outside of Cincinnati. So we just have this area, broken area of little gap right there, but it's these two different clusters because they are moving at different speeds. It looks like they just issued another tornado warning. Let me just look at that.
And we're also getting some reports of some storm damage in Fayette County right now. The sheriff is reporting trees down in that area. Thankfully, no structural damage at this time. We're trying to get the specifics from them on the phone right now, and hopefully we'll get an interview with the Fayette County Sheriff's Office here in a second. But again, they're starting to see that storm damage right now there.
And some heavy winds. We have people calling in or texting and sharing information in Newark. So I know I could see on the radar earlier, Newark was taking a hit there too. Lots of heavy wind and rain in Newark.
So we do have multiple flash flood warnings across the area that's just stretching outside of Licking County. So the new tornado warning that was just issued was for Monroe and Noble County until 3:45 p.m. Also some large hailstones possible within this cell itself, up to even 2 inches in diameter has been some of the reports. So this severe thunderstorm warning is for a storm that's capable of producing tornado right over Caldwell. It is moving at about 40 miles per hour to the east. So first I'm going to track out this Caldwell tornado warning for you. Buck just came in, so he's going to be helping me here in just a moment as he gets mic'd up. Let me put this 40 miles per hour Caldwell. It would technically be moving out of the viewing area, but here's a look at some of the areas. If you have family, loved ones who live in these areas, these are some of the areas to note. Again, it is moving about to the east, about 40 miles per hour. So let's see, Wayne School around 340, Graysville 341, Benwood 354, and then Derry 357. Again, by then it's going to be moving out of Noble County, but if you live in Caldwell, you need to be in your shelter right now. Again, a tornado warning for Noble County up until at least 3:45 p.m. We also have another tornado warning for Muskingum County. That is right over Brush Creek and Philo. This is until 3:30, so we have another 8 minutes for this one. And then the other tornado warning that we have was outside of Fayette County, so Fayette County and Highland County. You can't even see it because of all the lightning strikes within it. Just check out how much prolific lightning this storm has been producing. It's been, let's see, how much is it? Over 600 lightning strikes within this storm that has been producing. So prolific lightning heading down into Washington Courthouse and just outside of Ross County. So Frankfort, northern Ross County, you're going to be next in line for this just prolific lightning storm. Again, over 600 lightning strikes, 629. You cannot even see the polygons just because of how much lightning. So I'm actually going to take that off just so you can see this storm in its entirety. Again, 3:45 is going to be that tornado warning for Fayette County. This is just to the south of Washington Courthouse. We also have some hail embedded in this storm. Just now, the National Weather Service just issued out a severe thunderstorm warning now just to the east. So that does include parts of Clarksburg, Frankfort. Again, not a tornado warning, but something to keep in mind. I wouldn't be surprised. I need to check the information on this. I wouldn't be surprised if they labeled this as tornado. Nope, they did not label it as tornado possible. I know it wasn't at the most impressive rotation compared to the other storms, especially over Muskingum County and Noble County. Those have been showing significant rotation, and something that for us as meteorologists, when we look for those reds and greens together, that tells us that storm's rotating and could potentially produce a tornado. So let me check velocity.
So we do have some time left on both of these. The Muskingum County tornado warning is in effect at least until 3:30. So we have about 6 minutes to go on that one. This other one over here for Fayette County in effect until at least 3:45.
Correct. So again, we have multiple strong thunderstorms across the board. And again, Columbus, we're fine, but just because we're fine, we do have many viewers in these areas that we need to take care of, and we need to provide that information. You may have family members who live in these areas too. So again, the new severe thunderstorm warning that is for Fayette, Highland, Pickaway, and Ross County, that's until 4:15 p.m. So even though they haven't extended that tornado warning into Ross County, this storm is still a prolific lightning maker, producing over 600 lightning strikes, heavy rain, and gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, the Muskingum County tornado warning will last until 3:30 p.m. Also, hailstones up to 2 inches in diameter. So if you have any damage to your home, make sure to note this date so that for insurance purposes, you can go back and tell them when that hail damage or even wind damage occurred. This also is producing lots of lightning as well and heavy rainfall. Again, that's the Muskingum County tornado here at 3:30 p.m. And then for Caldwell, for Noble County, that is until 3:45 p.m. For that warning. And that's also for hailstones that could reach up just shy of 2 inches in diameter.
And Sarah, we are starting to get some power outage reports at this point. The Licking County EMA director is reporting 16,000 without power right now. So obviously as the storm moves through, we'll see a lot more people without power. So we're starting to get that information, and we're checking with AEP and AEP Ohio now to see how these communities are being affected. But at this hour, 16,000 are without power in Licking County, according to the EMA director.
So these are the two areas that we're watching for in terms of rotation. We have the Muskingum County tornado warning. That's just outside of Philo. So you can see that rotation happening right here where we have those greens and reds together. Oh, let me see what happened there. Was that you? I think that's you.
No, I didn't change anything on there. No.
Well, there we go.
It's probably just getting the new suite.
Ah, there we go. So Buck is here with me to help me since we have multiple tornado warnings on the board. So it's nice to have some extra eyes on this. So again, we have this area right near Philo in southern Muskingum County. We also have this area out in Noble County, just outside of Caldwell, that we're watching for rotation. So that's what we're being watching for. Again, green going toward the radar site, red going away from the radar site. So when we see these colors tight together, so green, this is for Cleveland, so green, red, that counterclockwise motion happening right there. And then over here as well. This is just outside of east of 77.
So yeah, let's give everyone a recap if they're just joining us now on the path of this storm, which direction it is headed this hour.
So the Noble County tornado warning, that is going to be moving off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So that's going to be moving out of Caldwell and eventually out of the viewing area. For the Muskingum County storm, that one's also, I believe, moving still at about 45 miles per hour. Also noting that it is moving to the southeast now. Most of these storms were moving more easterly. I'm actually going to take down the lightning because it's so hard to see where these polygons are, and I'm going to put a tracker on.
They have let Fayette County expire.
They did? Okay. Thank you, Buck.
Can you speak to the dangers of the lightning too? Because obviously during a storm like this, we think about tornado, and that's what we're working on or looking at. But you talk about all of those, more than 600 lightning strikes, just the danger with that.
Yeah, I mean, and even with the storm, with the prolific lightning, I mean, it could kill you with lightning strikes. And the lightning strikes, I mean, 600 lightning strikes, that is a lot. That's why we have the saying, if you hear thunder roar, head indoors. So even if the storm hasn't passed through you yet, and if you are hearing that rumble of thunder, especially if you're in Ross County, lightning can strike up to over 10 miles away from the initial storm itself. So it's really important that if you hear thunder roar, you need to make sure you're inside. Also, lightning strikes can cause for trees to catch on fire. Lightning strikes can also cause for power lines to go down as well, and you can lose power from lightning strikes. So it can be a very dangerous situation. You don't want to be outside if there's, lightning in the area, especially if let's say if you're driving and then lightning hits a power line or a tree, and it could, land right by you.
All right, so right now we have Sean Grady on the phone with the Licking County EMA checking in this hour. Hi, Sean, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Not a problem. Happy to do it.
Okay, what can you tell us? What's going on out there in Licking County?
Multiple wires down throughout the county. Basically, it followed an east-west line, following Route 161. So we saw outages in the Granville area, a lot of outages in the Newark area, and then a little bit more towards the east and southeast in the county. Currently, we're sitting right now at about 14,000 without power.
Okay.
And we had close to 20-some-odd wires down calls, from trees coming down, et cetera. So, that's our current situation.
What are you seeing right now?
And that's basically, we're watching to see, our CAD, our computer-aided dispatch, to see exactly where the damages are, and if we start to see damages being reported back to us, that's something that might elevate to the need that we might have to trigger sheltering with Red Cross.
Sure.
With Red Cross. So that's kind of, we're just monitoring it at this point.
Okay. Are you near a window? Can you just look outside and give us that perspective of the actual weather that's taking place there?
I'm at the county admin building, and we're currently looking. It's still a little windy. The rain has died down, and it's starting to brighten. So the storm is, as I'm looking at the radar, the storm is definitely moving towards our east. So the eastern side of the county is still getting hit, but we are moving out of it. The western side of the county is clear already. So that's how quickly it's moving.
Can you speak to your warning for viewers right now? Because obviously after a storm like this moves through, a lot of folks may want to go outside, take pictures, look for themselves, but you have reported a number of wires down. Just the importance of kind of, staying indoors until first responders can kind of get out and kind of survey the scene, so to speak.
Absolutely. When you see this many wires down calls, it's very important to be extra cautious. There's only so many first responders, and they want to come out and evaluate each one of them until the wires are turned off. So each one of those lines that you see on the ground could be live. Treat it as if it is live. Do not touch it. Do not go near it.
Yeah, always a good reminder. And what is give everyone just kind of a general idea of the response that you have in place in situations like this?
It's a case-by-case basis. We watch to see exactly what is going on. First responders are extremely professional in this county. They will handle what they need to handle, and then at that point we start worrying about recovery and getting people back, the power back on. AEP is already onto it. We've already seen outages start to clear, so that's a good sign. And we'll wait to see how this plays out over the course of the rest of the day.
I mean, obviously, a lot of folks are watching us, listening to you right now. If they want to track, the developments throughout the evening with you all, the best way to do that?
Our website, ema.lickingcounty.gov, is an easy way to do it. We push that information out. But honestly, the best thing I would tell you to do is watch the weather apps. Every news station in the Columbus area has weather app. You guys have them. These things are fantastic. They give you the most up-to-date information. While it looks like we're starting to clear right now, we still have the potential for incoming weather throughout the evening. And those have not developed yet, so it's something to be cautious about.
It's definitely going to be a busy day ahead, a lot to keep an eye on. We haven't seen a radar this active in quite a while, and we appreciate you guys being there and helping to keep everyone up to date and being able to respond in case there are some emergencies out there this afternoon or this evening. Sean, thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks very much. Take care.
And just to give you guys a recap with that was Sean Grady with the Licking County EMA. He's reporting right now, wires down across the county. Granville, Newark, those are the areas that have been hit with those power outages, about 14,000 as of right now. They're warning folks, if you're watching right now, definitely stay inside until those first responders can kind of get out and survey the scene. And of course, keep tuned to ABC6 as Sarah and Buck kind of track the storm as it moves through.
All right, Sarah, Muskingum and Noble still under a tornado warning until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And just looking at some of the chat room to see some reports, there has been reports of flash flooding, video shown water on road at intersection of Brighton Boulevard and Hickory Street. This is adjacent to Chaps Road. This is based off of a post of some video shown water on the roadways. We do have flash flood warnings in parts of Muskingum County. We also had some reports of wind damage, potentially a picture on social media that shows a large uprooted tree on the ground. It appears that it also damaged the house. Let's see what other... That's what I see right now. It looks like they issued, Pittsburgh issued out another warning for parts of Muskingum County. So that warning is going to be until 4 p.m. for that warning. Again, this is for parts of Muskingum and Noble County, which has been now repeatedly getting these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings back to back.
Okay, we are hearing now, I know the tornado warning is obviously the bigger concern right now, Sarah. We're definitely hearing some from viewers there in Ross County and the Chillicothe area, which is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and they're concerned about whether this storm could get any worse there and develop into something more.
Right now, looking at velocity, I mean, it's something to keep in mind, but this storm has been a prolific lightning maker. This has been producing some hailstones, at least not the hail core as bad as the other ones have been, but I mean, this was the cell that was producing over 600 lightning strikes earlier ago. You can see that right there. I mean, it is just prolific lightning maker. Also really heavy rain is my biggest concern for you, so some heavy rain. But one thing, again, we'll need to watch out for, and Buck, you can chime in on this, that it's still showing, it's trying to show some type of curvature happening in that storm just near South Salem. The velocity within it, I've been watching it, it's not as impressive as the ones that have been happening in Muskingum County and Noble County. but I'm not going to rule it out that we'll need to watch out for that, Buck.
Yeah, and I'll kind of take over there if you want to get a little break for
Yeah.
a second here, because you've been on air for over an hour now. But yeah, what you were pointing out is this particular part of the cell just now south of South Salem, and it did have some rotation just as it went through Wilmington, through Clinton County, over into southern Fayette County, and now into Ross County. But you can see where we have a little bit of that hook echo so far on the visibility, where you can actually see or the vorticity, the velocity, the spin. There's nothing showing up now, but as we look at that radar, that's something to definitely keep an eye on. So Chillicothe and Ross County, you are still part of that severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 4:15 this morning. 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially with that cell, but I want to go back out to where we have those tornado warnings right now. Back out to the east, because we still have that tornado warning for portions of Muskingum and also Noble County, and that goes till 3:45. And as we zoom in a little bit tighter here to this particular cell, one thing that's also kind of important to note is that the National Weather Service says this storm could potentially put down 1.5-inch size hail. That's about the size of a $50, which would cause damage to your roof, cause a lot of dings to your car. That's the cell that's now moving its way east of Blue Rock, continuing its way out here into Noble County, really. Southern portions of Guernsey County. You still are getting a lot of heavy rain with this, and I'll add on the lightning just to kind of show you. As you just mentioned, a prolific amount of lightning with these storms. So look at the amount of lightning strikes within that storm. So we took it off of there because it's just covering it up so much that you can't actually see what's going on there. Let's go in and take a look at what we can see as far as vorticity inside the storm, and really not seeing a whole lot, at least in this one, but it is pulling in some of the data from the National Weather or the radar site that's in Columbus. The other cell here, that's where the rotation would be, right kind of just south of Rich Hill, moving its way towards Caldwell. The rotation over here in Noble County with that first initial cell. Let me move this, and I'll actually kind of zoom in a little bit more. So the rotation that we're seeing, at least as far as a little bit better of an indication where we have some rotation, is down here just to the east of Aurelius, which is in the very edge of Noble County, about to move out of Noble County. But you can see where we have some of that rotation kind of working its way out of Noble County. I'll move the map, and actually we'll try to zoom in a little bit tighter on that so we can actually get some streets that it's moving through. So let me move the scope here real quick.
Over by Elk.
What's that? Over by Elk, okay. And let me move
That's
this
where
one.
I'm seeing, like right there.
Yeah, so we're seeing that right there. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. And I'm going to switch this over actually and pull up the vorticity just to kind of get an idea of what we are seeing. So bear with me 1 second as I switch this over to the velocity, and we can actually zoom that in. It's trying to pull in, I believe, the Cleveland office right there. So let me switch this over
I know
towards.
there's Cleveland. We can try to see if we can switch it to Pittsburgh, because Pittsburgh you can see it better.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm shutting off all of the other sites except for Pittsburgh. And we'll try to pull this in right here. So as it bears with me, it doesn't want to quite work there. So let me go back over to what we had on there before. So again, we're just kind of going through this with you guys all on the fly here. So let me go back over to the radar, what we had before, and bring up what we have as far as our automatic queries, so that way we can actually populate the tornado warning back on here. So again, the rotation that we're watching is just to the east of Aurelius, now moving its way to the very far eastern portions of Noble County and about to move out of Noble County. But let me pull up the scope so we can get back in on the inside of that storm and really zoom into where we're seeing some of that rotation. So I'm going to zoom in with the box zoom here and get right down to some of the streets. So hopefully we can kind of nail some streets down for you. So this is going to be near Township School, Harrietsville, and that's where we're seeing some of that rotation, really zooming in tight on that. But as you see here, there's a lot of topography, so you're getting a tremendous amount of rain. Not only are you dealing with the potential of a tornado, but you've got a lot of hail with this. And with all of this topography, all of this is going to be funneling down. You can see 564 going right down through one of the valleys here. So the potential for flash flooding is also there with the amount of rain that we're seeing with some of these cells. So it's not only tornado warning we're worried about, we're talking about strong straight line winds, large hail, potentially up to 1.5 inches in diameter, the size of a $50. And you also have the potential of flash flooding with all of that rain trying to funnel down. And these roads typically follow the lowest level through the valleys, through some of those hills out there. And that's why we're also concerned a little bit about that this morning or this afternoon as well, with the potential for some flooding here. So the scope doesn't quite want to pull in what we were looking at there. I don't know if you have any idea what the reason for that would be. It looks like it's switched over to the, there we go, going back over to what we've got from Pittsburgh. So yeah, the rotation right now just on the far east edge of Noble County, moving out of there. And as it moves out of Noble County, they'll eventually let this tornado warning expire, but they're going to leave it up for a little while and maybe eventually kind of tailor it back a little bit as it moves its way out of there right now. But that's some impressive wind speeds. So let's go ahead and try to get an idea of how fast some of these are going. Gate to gate shear 0, 0. So we're kind of sampling it right there in the middle. One reason is because we don't have a lot of red right next to the blue, but it definitely is showing some pretty intense winds right there, Sarah.
Absolutely. So I don't know if we want to, you can still sort of see it on Cleveland. So let me go up to the pallets and
Move off, the Magic Track's messing with it.
Well, this thing certainly does seem to have packed a punch, just in terms of, we have been here for over an hour watching this move along, and it's just doesn't seem to be giving up, you know? The lightning, the sheer amount of rain that's happening, and of course these reports of hail as well.
The thing that has been interesting about these storms, they're just training thunderstorms. They've been tracking through these fairly similar areas when I first started with the tornado warning in Muskingum County. And so that's why we do have flash flood warnings. I know we have a lot of polygons on the board. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a lot of tornado warnings in Caldwell, Muskingum County. But underneath all of that is also flash flood warnings. So that is what's causing for a lot of flooding concerns out there. We've had a few reports of some roads that have been shown some flooding out in Muskingum County. And then, I mean, that's going to continue into Caldwell since they've already been exacerbated. It's going to exacerbate all the flooding that's already happened from earlier ago with all the rain that happened earlier on in the day. So you can see just how these storms are just training through parts of Muskingum County. Again, these came out from Newark and just came through parts of Caldwell. They're now heading out of the area. And of course, we can't forget about parts of Ross County. You are dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning down here. Nothing tornadic, but we'll still keep an eye on it. But that severe thunderstorm warning, that storm itself has been a prolific lightning maker. It also has been producing quite some heavy rain. So if you are in Chillicothe, you're gonna get slammed with lots of rain, and you're gonna have a decent lightning show with this cell here. So
The other thing I would watch out for is we had obviously this training like you were talking about, just one cell after another cell. We're watching this fire up down here, the severe thunderstorm warning, which did have a tornado warning earlier. And right here in the middle, basically from Circleville to Lancaster to Logan, these cells have just started to pop up. Obviously the environment is very rich with some wind shear as the storms go higher in the atmosphere. There's some rotation with it. So these particular cells here will likely kind of explode over the next 15 minutes. They've just popped up and you can see how quickly they have strengthened. As a matter of fact, if we put the lightning on there, you'll probably see a lot of lightning with these new cells, and lightning is a very good indication of strengthening. They're just getting developed. But as far as Lancaster, Logan, you are not under a warning yet, but I would not be surprised if we do not have some severe thunderstorm warnings for those areas very soon.
All right, you guys, we do have former ABC6 reporter Kate Seifert on the phone. She's out in Newark this afternoon and is going to talk a little bit about what she's seen there. Hi, Kate.
Hey, Jessica, good to talk to you. Yeah, so I know, like Sean Grady had said, it's brightening up here, just drizzling now, but within the last hour or so, super, super strong storms. It got so windy. I know we didn't have a tornado warning in Lincoln County or in Newark, but I have a little 1-month-old baby, so we ran downstairs and hung out there for like 20 minutes, and my patio furniture completely all blown over, umbrella broken, tables flipped over, chairs everywhere, flowers everywhere. There's tons of down trees and large branches in my yard and in the yards surrounding us. So it was pretty scary here for about a half hour or so, probably between like 2:30 and 3 o'clock in Lincoln County and Newark. But like I said, like Sean Grady had mentioned, all is well here, at least right now. The sun's back out. It's just really drizzling right now, and so it looks like we're in the clear, at least at this moment. But yeah, it was a little bit scary here for a little while.
And I know as we were talking to him, he said 16,000 were without power there in Lincoln County. Can you speak to that at all? Did you lose power at any point, or can you tell in the neighborhood if folks have their lights on or not?
Yeah, so I'm watching you guys live right now. So my power is back on, but it did flicker on and off about 5 or 6 times. So we did lose power there, but it's back on now. And my husband works just about 5 minutes from where we live, and he said there is a down power line right across the street from his office, and it started sparking. They actually called the fire department to come and make sure and to check it out. Rodney, you mentioned the dangers of those live downed power lines, and so that was the case there. They did the right thing by calling the fire department to step in and make sure that everybody was safe in that situation.
Interestingly enough, you weren't in one of these areas or counties that was really going through bearing the brunt of this storm. So to hear that, your patio furniture, things went flying, indicates to me that we will be seeing some more damage from Muskingum County, which is under that tornado warning. Because if it could do that to you there in Licking County, we can only imagine what has happened in Muskingum County in terms of some damage there. They did preliminary say nothing major, but that was at the beginning of this. And as we all know, it takes time to get out there and assess the damage. We're glad you and your newborn baby are okay, and we certainly appreciate you calling in and sharing your video from your home with us this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you guys. Jessica Rodney, great job. Sarah, wonderful job the last hour keeping us informed, and Buck, wonderful job as well. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Kate.
And you can see from that video there, this is Kate's backyard, some of those things that she was saying kind of blowing away from the wind. So you can see how kind of ruckus the weather was out in that area. Obviously not the worst of it, but that kind of gives you a sense of what folks are going through right now this afternoon.
And just want to update everyone. So I want to, Buck, if you want to, because I think that's not in our viewing area anymore.
Correct. Yeah, now that's pushed its way over into Washington County. So at this point, we don't have any tornado warnings in our viewing area, which is good. We'll get a little bit of a break. Things are still very active down here to the south. We are starting to get a lot of reports of some damage in Muskingum County near Gray Shot, near Mount Perry Road. So we will be checking in with Muskingum County EMA to see if they can confirm any of this damage that we have been starting to see coming in on social media, Sarah.
Absolutely. So stay weather aware. Again, as Buck mentioned, we still have more storms firing up outside of Hocking County and Fairfield County, even Athens County. You're not done yet as these storms continue to work their way to the southeast. We do have what I'm going to leave you guys with before we go back to normal programming is this severe thunderstorm watch. Some of those counties to the west were just pulled out, but we still hang on to that severe thunderstorm watch until 8 p.m. tonight, as we still have that chance for more severe thunderstorms for the remainder of the day, and also can't rule out some tornadoes. So stay safe, and we'll continue to provide updates through the rest of the day, whether that means we'll have to break into programming or I'll be posting stuff online. So we're going to be sending it back to normal programming. Thank you so much for watching.